Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Old Dominion Athletic Conference semifinal softball matchup between the Emory and Henry Wasp and the Lynchburg Hornets. My name is Brent Treesh, and I'll be doing the play-by-play commentary for you today, so thank you so much for joining us. And we are just a few moments away from first pitch, but we'll start out by looking at the fielding lineup for the Emory and Henry Wasp. And starting out in left field, it is going to be Nicole Cox, center field Anna Thomas, and in right field will be Emily Skaggs. Looking around the infield, it'll be Allison Stedman at third, Kendall Hyatt at shortstop, Haley Mintz at second, Kendall Varner will be at first base. Catching in game one will be Morgan Silvis, and on the mound will be the senior Cam Durr. Looking at the batting lineup for the Lynchburg Hornets, batting off first will be Lexi Powell, the right fielder. She'll be followed by Kayla Huguet, the shortstop, Carly Cundiff, the third baseman, Bree Hodges, the designated player, Olivia Herman will be batting 5, Kaylee Hackett, the center fielder, will be batting 6th, Sophie Tully, the first baseman, will be batting 7th, Addison Walter will be playing left field, and Ashley Haley at second base will be in the 9 position. Pitching game number 1 for the Hornets will be Angela Sperando. And so it'll be a matchup of what we saw a little over a week or so ago between the Hornets and the Wasps. The Wasps swept both of those games. And so they'll be looking to do that here. And a reminder, in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference Tournament, it is the best 2 out of 3. And so this is game number 1 of the semifinals. So it'll be Lexi Powell getting started for the Hornets, with Cam Durr getting ready to throw her first pitch. It'll be high for a ball 1. As you can tell from just the wind in the microphone, it's a windy day here at the Wasp field. A swing and a foul back. 1-1 goes the count. The wind a little bit different than what we're normally seeing out here at the field. Normally the wind kind of goes almost straight out to left field, and we're seeing it more across from right to left today. And so that will definitely be something to watch as we get some of these balls in the air and how those outfielders have to adjust. Third pitch of the game is in the dirt for ball 2. So 2-1 is our count. Cam Durr in the first matchup against the Hornets had 11 walks, something to watch today. That pitch is fouled down the right field line, just a few feet out of play. So the count will go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Of course, the Old Dominion Athletic Conference down to the final 4 teams. The top 4 seeds have advanced. This is the 1 versus 4 seed. That ball is fouled straight back, so the count will remain 2-2. Lexi Powell batting 342nd on the team, a big leader in a lot of different categories for them, including RBIs, triples, and stolen bases. That ball is hit to the shortstop. Hyatt cleanly fields it over to first base, and we have our first out of the ball game. So a nice start for the Wasps, and one away here in the top of the first. Kaylee Hugate will be the second batter here for the Hornets, batting .384 on the season. She's also on base percentage of .489 and the slugging percentage of .509. In the softball world, that's the Triple Crown Queen. So a threat for the Hornets here in the 2-hole. She watches that first pitch come inside, so that'll be ball 1. Hugate is a graduate student, has seen 21 walks on the season, which leads the team, so she will be very patient up there against Durr. She lays down the bunt, and that is over to Stedman to first base, and she is going to be called safe. So safe at first base, a nice bunt laid down there. Good job of fielding that by Stedman, but good legs right there by Hugate to get down to first base, so the Hornets have their first runner of the afternoon. So that'll bring up the third baseman, Carly Cundiff, batting .301 on the season, 22 RBIs. One out here in the top of the first. Ball is low, 1-0. Pitch is high, and so ball 2. So Carly Cundiff, the batter, 2-0 count. That's going to be outside, so 3-0 goes the count. One of the things to really watch today is how much under control Cam Durr can be to be able to find the strike zone, because this is a Lynchburg team that will take a lot of pitches. As they take one there, and that's strike 1. And that taking of pitches, they'll let a lot go past. So we see a lot of walks by them, but we also see a lot of strikeouts by them as they watch balls hit the corner. So if Durr can paint that corner and make them think as that ball is fouled back, 3-2 goes the count. And this is a good example of what Durr has been sort of doing as of late in the season, which is that when she gets behind in a count like she did at this at-bat, she's been able to find a way to battle back even from these 3-0 counts and get it back to a full count, which puts the advantage back in her corner a little bit more. So 3-2 count here to Cundiff, and that'll be high and out of the zone. So that will be a walk, and that'll take runners down to first and second for the designated player, Bree Hodges. Bree Hodges batting .269 on the season, leads the team in RBIs with 34. So an RBI situation here with 2 runners on here in the top of the first. The first pitch is a swing and a miss, so that'll be strike 1. One of the things that we have seen from the Wasps consistently all season is that base runners are able to get on, but the Wasps have done a good job for most of the season not allowing those runs to come in. That ball is fouled out of play down the right side, so it'll be 0-2. And this is one of those situations where a lot of different scenarios can happen. Runners can come across with one swing here, or you can find yourself with 2 outs if you can throw a couple of good pitches, especially here on 0-2. That ball is hit deep to left field, drifting back is Anna Thomas. That ball is going to be down. A runner comes around third. 1 run is going to score, and 1 runner goes to third base, and another at second base, so a double for Bree Hodges. And the Hornets strike first by the double from Bree Hodges, the designated player. And the Hornets get on the board early as they lead 1-0 with runners on third and second. That ball was squared up strong by Hodges. So Olivia Herman will now come into the batter's box with runners on second and third as she sees a ball in the dirt for ball 1. Dangerous situation right here for the Wasps. 2 runners in scoring position with just 1 out. That ball is hit down the line. That ball is going to be extra bases. 1 run's going to score. A 2nd run's going to score. And Olivia Herman is standing on second base. And the Hornets have jumped out to a quick 3-0 lead on back-to-back doubles. So Kaylee Hackett will come up to the plate with a runner on second. And the Hornets already having 3 runs across the board. And Hackett will see a first called strike on the corner. But exactly the start the Hornets were hoping for outside, but called a strike, a high one right there. That's a zone right there that Durra's not been getting all season, but she gets it there. So quickly 0-2 count. That ball is swung and fouled away. So Kaylee Hackett, the center fielder, stays alive. 0-2, 1 out here in the top of the first. That ball is fouled out of play 2. Men's basketball coach Ben Thompson helping chase down foul balls. Only had to walk a couple of feet to get to those 2. So 0-2 the count. The ball's hit to the third baseman. Stedman cleanly fields it over to first. Holds the runner over there at second base. So the Wasps find out number 2 here in the first. So 2 away for Sophie Tully, the first baseman. And that runner still on second base in Olivia Herman. And that ball cuts inside to Tully, and that'll be ball 1. So a busy first inning here at batter number 7 for the Hornets. That ball hit to the second baseman, Mintz. Cleanly fielded over to first, and the Wasps get out of the first inning, but not before giving up 3 runs. So after the top of the first, it's 3-0 as the Wasps prepare for their first. So taking a real quick look at the batting lineup for the Emory and Henry Wasps. Leading off, it'll be Anna Thomas, followed by Nicole Cox, Alex Braun, Allison Stedman, Kendall Varner, Kendall Hyatt, Emily Skaggs, Morgan Silvis, and Haley Mintz. So it'll be the center fielder, Anna Thomas, leading off for the Wasps. Last couple of games, Anna has hit the ball strong. She watches the first pitch come in, and it is a called strike. A swing and a miss quickly into an 0-2 count. Sperandio, the pitcher for the Hornets. 0-2 count, high for ball one. One-two count for Anna Thomas. Swing and a miss and a strike. The ball drops, so it'll have to be thrown down to first base. And that will be an out at first. So the Hornets get a quick first out. So that'll bring up the left fielder, Nicole Cox. Cox batting .364 on the season, a .423 on base percentage. Has been in having a hot second part of the season. She lets the first pitch go by as she steps out for a ball. Nicole Cox, the lone full-time, I guess, slap hitter for the Wasp starting lineup. She's second on the team for the season with 32 hits. Wasn't the best of starts for the season for Nicole Cox, but here in the latter part has been one of the main offensive weapons. And she watches that pitch go by, and it'll be called a strike, so 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, when you look in the dugout, you see Nicole Cox around Allison Stedman quite a bit, one of the cheerleaders of sorts for the Wasps. And she's one of those emotional spark plugs that you would love to see her get hot in this game, because she can bring a lot to the table. She lets that one go by 2-1. And although not officially identified, I did see on the social media where the team went out to Dairy Queen because their slap hitter hit a home run for the first time. So maybe we'll see that in game action as she watches that one go by 3-1. So she's going to have a good pitch here to hit with a 3-1 count and 1 out here in the bottom of the first. That ball is going to be inside, almost hits her, and she will head down to first base. And the Wasps have their first runner of the afternoon. And that'll bring in Alex Braun, who will be pitching in game number 2, leading the team in about every category you can imagine, batting .495 with a .524 on base percentage and slugging an amazing .918. She hits on the first pitch, and that's dribbled over towards second base. She goes towards first and will be out. But Nicole Cox advances to second, so not exactly the textbook way of moving someone over, but Alex Braun does her job to a degree and gets a runner in scoring position with 2 outs.
At the plate, the third baseman, number 23, Allison Stedman.
And that'll bring to the plate Allison Stedman, the senior, batting .300 on the season with 22 RBIs. That's second on the team. Also one of the team leaders in walks, has taken 11 on the season. The Wasps as a whole don't take an overly large amount of walks. That ball's hit to third, over to first base where it is picked up. And that will be the inning. So the Wasps strand 1 on with no hits. And after 1 complete, it's Lynchburg 3, Emory and Henry little bit of delay here for the start of the second inning, as you saw assistant coach Jason Delp coming out doing a little bit of work on the mound. Of course, this game was delayed by just a few minutes, but that's because we saw quite a bit of rain here in Emory to start this Wednesday off. And so the tarp had been pulled. We got a little more rain than what we expected. So a lot of good work by the coaching staff to get the field ready for play. And we are ready here now to start the second inning. It's going to be Addison Walter leading off the second here for the Hornets. The left fielder sees a called strike. That ball will be fouled back, so Durr quickly ahead 0-2 here with the first batter of the second inning. Addison Walter batting .280 on the season. Getting the start today. She fouls that one back. One of the things you'll notice as you take a deeper look at the Hornets is that they play a lot of different players. You know, when you look just at their pitching staff alone, the Wasps primarily stick with their two starters. And we've seen lots of pitchers for the Hornets this year. And in fact, the pitcher we're seeing today, as that ball's fouled back, is the one that did not face the Wasps just a little over a week ago. So they have lots of different options. They can play lots of different hot hands. They've used 8 different pitchers this season, 6 of them with at least 9 appearances, and 6 of their pitchers have won at least 1 game this season. That ball is fouled back. Count remains 0-2. So a good job by Walter to fight here and battle as she's been behind 0-2 from the start. I guess not from the start. That would be a little unfair if you put 2 strikes on her automatically. Durr goes off speed and misses high. So that'll be ball 1. One ball, 2 strikes. And just misses high and outside. So 2-2 goes the count. Durr misses the same spot almost exactly. So from 0-2 to 3-2 for Addison Walter. Durr comes in and gets the corner and gets the strikeout. Big pitch there from Cam Durr. As we mentioned earlier in the game, this is a team in Lynchburg that is not afraid to take some pitches. That is their 172nd strikeout on the season, and they've taken almost 100 walks as a team. So that'll be out number 1 here in the second, and that'll bring Ashley Haley to the plate. The second baseman sees a strike to start off her at bat. This is the 9 spot. We'll be back around to the top of the order after this. That pitch is going to be outside, evened up at 1-1. The right fielder, Lexi Powell, in the on-deck circle for the Hornets. Shows bunt, pulls it back. Ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike here with 1 out in the second inning. That ball is going to be outside and will be ball 3. If you're just now joining us, the Hornets scored 3 runs in the first inning after back-to-back doubles from Bree Hodges and Olivia Herman. And they get 3 in the first. The Wasps could not answer with any. That pitch is hit and driven to right field, and that's where Emily Skaggs lives. And she'll squeeze it for out number 1. So 1 away here in the second, 2 away here in the second. So that'll bring up Lexi Powell, who grounded out in her first at bat to the shortstop. She skies this one towards the center field area, and Thomas calls everyone off. She catches it, and that will be the inning. So 1, 2, 3 here in the second, and the Wasps will look to answer as we go to the bottom of the second. Well, in the bottom of the second, we will see Kendall Varner, Kendall Hyatt, and Emily Skaggs for the Emory and Henry Wasp. Kendall Varner batting in the 5 spot this afternoon. She is batting .284 on the season with a .415 on base percentage. She leads the team in walks with 12 on the season, 17 RBIs for the senior, and she's second on the team in home runs with 4. So the first baseman, Varner, steps in to lead off this second, and a strong strike goes up the middle to the center field fence. She is rounding 2 in the dirt, pops up, and she is safe at second. A leadoff double from Kendall Varner, and the Wasps have a runner in scoring position right away. So we saw a lot of aggressive first pitch swinging in the quarterfinals against the Ferrum Panthers, and Varner does it here on a first pitch swing drive to center field. And so she stands at second as the shortstop Kendall Hyatt comes to the plate. Hyatt batting .254 on the season. That'll be outside and a ball, so 2-0 goes the count. So Varner at second, Kendall Hyatt at the plate. That ball will be in the dirt. So 3-0 goes the count quickly. College softball, the momentum can change so quickly. The Wasps trying to do that here in the bottom half of the second, as a called strike on the pitch takes the count to 3-1. That ball will be fouled away. So Sperandeo goes to 3-2 here on Hyatt. So Sperandeo comes to the plate. That ball will be fouled back, and the count will remain 3-2. You feel like can be a huge spark here from Kendall Hyatt if she can find a way to get on base. She hits it to the shortstop, looks over, throw to first, and out is the call. So that'll be the first out of the inning. Good piece of hitting there, though, by Hyatt to get something on that one. Shortstop had to make a clean play and does. So there'll be one out here in the second, as the right fielder Emily Skaggs comes to the plate. She hits a little dribbler to the pitcher. Varner will go over to third as that ball's in the dirt, but picked up. So that'll be out number 2, but maybe a little too casual on that throw over. There's always an adventure when you get a pitcher trying to throw to first base. But a nice job from Sophie Tolley to dig that one up. And so there's 2 outs here now, as Kendall Varner moves to third, and Morgan Silvis, the catcher, comes to the plate. Silvis sees a ball 1, and then a strike on the corner. So 1-1 is the count. Sperandeo misses outside by about 2 feet. She's trying to throw something away, see if she can get Silvis to fish. Missed it by a little bit more than she wanted, so 2-1 goes the count. Driven into danger zone over the head of the second baseman, so Kendall Varner will come in to score. So Morgan Silvis picks up the RBI, and the Wasps get an important run across the plate, as that ball just drifted just outside the reach of the second baseman, Ashley Haley. So the Wasps get on the board here in the bottom of the second, and Haley Mintz will come to the plate with 2 outs. It'll be Haley Mintz batting now. Anna Thomas on deck for the Wasps with 2 outs. Mintz looks at pitch number 1, and it's called a ball. Batting 192 on the season, but leads the team with 11 stolen bases. So every time that Haley Mintz can find herself on the base path, she is a dangerous. So she chops one strong over to third, and a nice play and over to first to end the inning. But the Wasps find themselves on the board, and after 2 complete, it's Lynchburg 3, Emory and Henry. Well, we head to the top of the third, where it will be Kayla Hugate, the shortstop, leading off for the Hornets. She was able to successfully find her way onto the base path off of a bunt in the first inning. She was the first of the 3 runs to come across the plate. So she'll come back here now in the top of the third, with the Hornets now leading 3-1. Durr misses outside and low for a ball 1. One of the areas that we were talking about that was impacted the most by the rain is that pitching circle. Both of the pitchers here on the first game seem to be trying to find their footing just a little bit, as that is a called strike. So 1-1 goes the count. Overall field conditions, though, really good. Still windy out here for game 1. That ball cuts inside onto the hands and is fouled back. So the count moves to 1-2 on Hugate. Durr goes low and misses. And so the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes for Durr on Hugate. Goes outside again. And the count now goes full. Good speed with Hugate. Definitely someone that the Wasps would like to keep off the base path this afternoon as much as possible. That ball is hit and driven down the first base line, and that'll be foul. So the count will remain 3-2. I think they like to keep our first base photographer, Peyton Brooks, as busy as possible over there. Always having to dodge softballs. That ball is going to be also fouled back, so nice job of battling here from Hugate, who again is 1 for 1 on the afternoon. Bunted her way onto base successfully in the first. One of those creative hitters that has a couple of different ways to find herself on base. That ball is going to be inside, and one of those ways is going to be for a free pass, and that's what she takes here. as she goes down the first base. And a leadoff runner here for the Hornets in the third, as Carly Cundiff will come to the plate, who walked in her first at-bat. She tries to check her swing, but a called strike anyways. Shows bunt, backs away, lets it go, and it's low for a ball, so 1-1 is the count. Hornets definitely not known as a power team, only 6 home runs on the season. They've hit the ball hard early, though, but very creative in how they move runners across the base path. That ball is fouled back, so 1-2 goes the count. But head coach Dawn Simmons for the Hornets, always trying to pull out any advantage she can, and is not afraid to make different calls here depending on what the situation is for almost every batter in her lineup. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Cundiff. She takes that pitch, so the count goes 2-2. Nice pitch there, though, by Dura. Really ideal 1-2 count. Make that batter have to really be decisive to either let it go or to take a swing at it. So 2-2 the count to Cundiff. Swing and a miss, and that'll be the first strikeout of the afternoon for Cam Durr. So 1 away for Bree Hodges, who hit it hard in her first at-bat as she doubled to the center field fence. Really got the rally going for the Hornets in that first inning. High throw down to first base. And back into the bag is Kaylett Huguet, so she'll be safe at first base. As Hodges, the designated player, 1-0 count to her. That'll be a strike right at the knees, so 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the third. That ball is fouled back and out of play, hit and run on, but the runner will have to go back to first on the foul ball, and the count goes 1-2. Outside, so 2 balls and 2 strikes. Durr really wanting to make sure she doesn't make a mistake there in a 1-2 count, so it goes a little bit further than she wanted, but 2 balls, 2 strikes to Hodges. That ball is hit and fouled back, hit and run on once again. That ball goes almost into the identical place as the last one that we talked about. That ball hit to the shortstop, could be 2, over to hit Mintz to first base, and Hodges will be safe at first base. But the Wasps pick up the second out of the inning as they couldn't quite turn the double play, but 2 outs here in the third. And coming to the plate will be Olivia Herman, who was the second part of the back-to-back doubles. And that pitch will be low to Herman, so ball 1. The catcher, Herman, 2 outs here, 1-0 count. Outside, so 2 balls and no strikes. Always has to be a little disconcerting when you face someone for a second time who hit it so strong the first at-bat. But Durr is one of those pitchers with a short-term memory when it comes to what you've done in the past, as that one is fouled off the tip of the bat to Haley Mintz over to first and gets her. Nice job by Haley Mintz to charge that ball and get the out. So the Wasps allow a runner on, but no one scores. So after 3.5, it's Lynchburg 3, Emory Henry
Yeah,
Leading off in the bottom of the third is going to be Anna Thomas. Thomas struck out in her first at-bat. The ball will be in the dirt. And after taking some photographs and now joining us on the headset, doing some color commentary, is going to be Ty Spires. Ty, welcome back.
Yeah, it's great to be here, watching a great game between the Hornets and the Wasps. Been a great one so far.
3-1 the lead. That one is fouled out of play, so that will be a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Anna Thomas. As we mentioned to start this game off, Anna Thomas has been hitting the ball really well here at the latter part of the season. The ball's going to be inside, and it's going to be a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. That was inside just slightly, so the Lynchburg crowd may have disagreed, but 2 balls, 1 strike. A hit down there to the first baseman, and the tag made by Tolley, so that'll be the first out of the inning. So that'll bring up Nicole Cox. The slapper walked in her first at-bat. Cox shows bunt, pulls back. It's going to be inside for a ball 1. Ty, you were over there kind of near the dugout. How is the attitude right now after that first inning and sort of coming back a little bit with a run?
I think that they're feeling level. I guess they're not too high, they're not too low, and I think that just shows the maturity of this team, a team that's won a lot, that a big first inning isn't going to really shake them. They're going to be able to come back, and they're going to scratch and claw and get back into this game.
You can't lead the entire season. You have to trail at some points, and so they know how to come back a little bit as it's going to be a 3-0 count here. So Nicole Cox is going to have an opportunity here if there's something on a tee, but the head coach for the Hornets, Don Simmons, is going to come out and talk to her pitcher. And Ty, one of the things that you and I were talking about before this game as we were sort of looking at is that there is a tight leash for a lot of these pitchers with the Hornets. They have a lot of different arms that have seen action this season.
Yeah, you look at the box score in most of Lynchburg's games, you see 2-3 names, which is very unlike, Emory and Henry, while we normally have our girls go all 7. So it's a different approach to just handling a pitching staff, and obviously it's worked in Lynchburg's favor. So different strategies for different teams.
I don't know that Don Simmons, head coach there for the Hornets, is worried about too much. Just trying to make sure that they don't make any mistakes here. Cox is a smart hitter as she takes a pitch there, and she'll go down to first base. And it's almost hard to catch up to her when you cut that camera shot because she's down there full speed. So Nicole Cox gives the Wasps a runner here in the 3rd inning, and it will be Alex Braun coming to the plate. Braun in her first at-bat. I jotted it down as a sacrifice, but she sort of hit a dribbler there that advanced the runner, which was Cox last time, as Cox takes her 2nd walk of the game. But Braun is 0 for 1 this afternoon. But there's very few games where she doesn't get a few hits in there. 48 hits on the season, including 20 doubles, which is tops in the nation. She fouls that one back. So the count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, and when you see that big doubles category on a hitter, that just shows someone who is a pure hitter. She's not just hitting these looping fly balls that go out. She obviously can't hit home runs, but not only is she able to hit those big high pop flies, but she also hits lasers that just smack the wall, and obviously only able to get to second.
Well, she flies out to right field, just misses one there. Has the ability to have opposite field power, but got underneath that one just a little bit. So that will be a fly out, first out of the second out of the inning, and it'll be Allison Stedman coming to the plate for the Wasps. She skies it up in the air. That'll stay in the play, and the Hornets will get it. As Stedman slaps herself up against the helmet, she knows that she made a mistake there. The Wasps leave 1 runner on. No runs here in the 3rd, and that keeps our score at 3-1, Lynchburg leading. All right. Well, we head to the top of the fourth where it's Lynchburg 3, Emory and Henry 1. And so far, Ty, as we look as we're about at the halfway point of this game, what's the early thoughts?
Yeah, obviously the Wasp not with the first inning that they wanted. We've talked on that many a times, but you're starting to see this Wasp defense, and in particular Durr on the mound, kind of settle down and settle in. And we saw that against Ferrum the other day. She kind of had a rough first inning, but once she kind of got that out of her system, she was able to settle in, and it was just a matter of time before the offense was able to pick her up.
Yeah, when you look at the stats and what's happened so far, really minus those back-to-back doubles in the first, they really haven't really strung a whole lot together. So they're really just 2 mistakes to 2 batters back-to-back, and that gave us the 3 runs for the Lynchburg Hornets, but only 2 walks on the afternoon. That was one of the concerns that we had with Durr. So although she let up those first few runs, the control seems to be a little bit better today. So a called strike to the first batter here. It's going to be Kayla Hackett, the center fielder for the Hornets. She grounded out to third in her last at-bat. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Hackett. She pops it up. That's going to be a little bit of trouble coming in, and that ball's going to be down as it was just over the head of Hyatt and it could not be grabbed by Nicole Cox or Anna Thomas. So we'll count that as a single to lead off the 4th inning.
Yeah, that's one of those where it's just so tough to swallow because everyone was moving towards the ball. Everyone was making a good effort. It just fell in no man's land, and it was able to fall in for a single.
Yeah, not much you could do there. You know, right now about medium distance is what Hyatt's playing at shortstop, which is pretty appropriate for this Hornets team. So just one of those you have to swallow and take the single as they show bunt here. Over the head of Stedman, though, and down. And so that will be a single as she slipped on the ground there as Sophie Tully was just trying to bunt over the runner, but she'll happily take the base hit.
And I'm not sure if that was a push bunt that just got over Allison Stedman's head or a happy accident where a bunt was kind of popped up and just right place, right time. But either way, it's a single, and the Hornets are happy about it.
You know, Allie Stedman is not the tallest person over there, listed at 5'4", and when she slips, you know, I'm going to count that as a oops and not the push bunt. But regardless, it gets a runner on, and Coach Don Simmons will bring in a pinch runner. That'll be Leah Caldwell. You will see Coach Simmons quite a bit. Not afraid to make a lot of substitution, a lot of pinch hitting, a lot of pinch runners, a lot of different pitchers. You come to this Lynchburg Hornet Ball Club, and you're likely to see some action with this team.
Yeah, I mean, their roster is really, really big, especially for a softball lineup. So being able to use all of those girls often is just an advantage that they have.
And so it will be Addison Walter who will come up to the plate. She struck out in her first at-bat. So runners on first and second with no outs here in the top of the 4th. That ball is high and inside. So dangerous game here for the Wasps with 2 runners on and no outs. In the 8th spot for the Hornets with Walter, the left fielder. She shows bunt, goes just foul.
Yeah, and having that strike call on the bunt is huge because now the 8-hole has to swing away. And this is where if you're the pitcher, Durr, you're trying to get that double play, get it up the middle, get at least 2 outs. Then you'd have 2 outs with the runner on third, no big deal, and get yourself out of this pickle.
That ball is fouled back. One of the things we were talking about earlier in the game, of course, that a high walk, high strikeout team here in the Hornets. So you can get them watching here on a lot of these pitches late in the count. That one is hit towards right field. Skaggs comes. The ball is going to get down, and the runners will safely advance to third and second. So a little flare to right field on a 1-2 count. So a nice job of hitting there by Walter, but that one hurts a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these hits don't feel like solid contact. They're just throwing their hands and flicking it right in front of the outfielders, and it's one that's really tough to swallow. But again, it's getting the job done for the Hornets.
It's the old choke and poke and getting the ball out there into the grass and just manufacturing ways to get on base. And so all of a sudden, the most dangerous of games with bases loaded. And just as we were talking about those substitutions, Maya Lyburn is going to come in and pinch hit here for Ashley Haley. The ball's in the dirt, and now Silvis is going to have to earn her keep and make sure nothing can get past her. A pass ball will almost guarantee a run scored here. So 1-0 count to Lyburn. That ball's going to be low as well, so ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes to Lyburn. That one is going to be called strike right across the letters. Anything to the infield here, a chance to go to home and maybe to first for the 2. That ball's going to be fouled back. So that'll be a 2-2 count. So nice job by Durr to get it back even.
And this is the situation where you come with your best pitch. If you're Durr, you're looking for the strikeout. You're looking to get an out here.
I'm going to guess rise ball. That's one of Durr's go-to pitches. She goes up top and just misses there, so the count goes full. Nice job by the freshman Morgan Silva, showing some reassurance to her senior pitcher out there, giving her a little encouragement. The ball is hit off the end of the bat and foul down the third baseman. Been really impressed, Ty, by Morgan Silvis this year. Hard for a catcher to come in here with these senior pitchers and kind of be able to help kind of control and keep them under, keep them positive. But she's done a nice job.
Yeah, she definitely has, and she's been a wall behind the plate.
That ball is hit into left field. That'll score at least one. Second run coming in. We're going to have a play at the plate. The tag is made, and safe is going to be the call. In fact, I'm not sure what that hand signal is, if whether or not that is maybe an interference call as the catcher was standing in the line or not, but he had his arm extended out to the side like this. And so I'm not sure if that's safe was the call. She was safe regardless, but not sure what exactly that meant. So a single out to left field by Lyburn scores 2 runs. And so the Hornets have now jumped to a 5-1 lead. So Ashley Haley will re-enter the game when they come back out, as Lyburn does her job. So actually, in fact, Haley will pinch run over there now on first base. So there will be runners on first and third for Lexi Powell, the right fielder. Powell is 0 for 2. She's grounded out and flown out to center field. Anything deep in the outfield here will probably get another run across. She shows bunt. The runner stills. They throw over to the short area over there where the shortstop is. And the runner will now be on second base. So Haley steals second, so runners at second and third for the Hornets here with no outs. Got to find an out here, Ty.
Yeah, now you're in a little bit of a pickle as you don't have a force anywhere. I expect the corners will be coming home to try to get an out, but actually it looks like everyone's playing up except for Haley Mintz at second base. So the Wasps are going to be looking to get an out at home. Obviously, if the runner doesn't run, they can throw it over to first. But, yeah, I mean, down 5-1, we can't be allowing any more runs at this point.
So the count goes to 3-0, or actually it's going to be a walk, so that'll be a bases loaded situation here.
and not the end of the world. Loading the bases gets you a force everywhere. She had a base open, so I expected her not to, come completely at the batter. But now, obviously, you have the double play in the middle and going home on the corners.
So Kayla Hugate will come up with a 1-for-1 day so far. She bunted on successfully in the first, walked in her second at bat. That'll be a called strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, bases loaded here for Hugate. That's going to be high. So 2 balls, 1 strike. That ball's hit off the end of the bat. Drifting back is Nicole Cox. Coming home will be 1 run as the ball is cut off. So nice job of hitting there by Hugate as she gets the sacrifice fly.
Yeah, and she didn't try to do too much, just was able to get the ball deep enough for her runner on third to score.
So another run. So the third run of the inning crosses. And it'll be the third baseman, Carly Cundiff, who has the strikeout and a walk so far in the game. She sees 1 down in the dirt, so the count goes 1-0. So there is an opportunity here to turn it. Ball hit to the shortstop, to second, over to first, and safe is going to be the call. It looked like it got stuck a little bit there in Mintz's glove, but the Wasps do pick up the out.
Yeah, at this point, obviously, you would have loved to see the double play there, but the way the Wasps in this inning is going, we just need outs. We'll live with that, and obviously now there's a force at second still.
So it'll be Bree Hodges who'll come up with the double in the first and had a fielder's choice in her second at bat. 6-1 lead right now for the Hornets. And that will be a called strike. Have to go back to some of those early games in the season. This is probably close to as large of a deficit as the Wasps have faced. That ball's hit off the corner of the bat, and that's again going to be in a trouble zone. Anna Thomas with a diving catch. What an unbelievable play. We may have to take a look at that again in replay, but an unbelievable catch from Anna Thomas to end the inning.
Yeah, and that's a momentum shifter. That's one you hope that the out is made and it ends the inning, and the girls are able to take that into the dugout when they're going to be hitting.
Well, a big inning, however, for the Hornets as they get 3 more across, and after the top of the fourth, it's 6-1. It'll be Kendall Varner coming up for the Wasps here in the fourth. She's seen exactly 1 pitch and doubled that to the wall, so the first pitch here is in the dirt, so that'll be 1-0 count. You still have a lot of softball to play here, Ty, but you think that the Wasps need to find a way to answer something here just to close the gap a little.
Yeah, this is an inning where a statement needs to be made that we're still in this game, we're going to keep on fighting, and especially with that great play made out in center, this is a great way to change the momentum in the Wasps' favor.
That ball is in the dirt. Sperandio doing a good job of pitching so far for the Hornets, only giving up the 1 run in the second inning. That ball is going to be outside, but it catches the corner, so that is a strike. So that's 3 balls and 1 strike. So Varner, hitter's count here. That one catches the corner as well, so 3 balls and 2 strikes goes the count. So from 3-0 to 3-2. That one goes inside, though, so Varner will make the free trip down to first base. And that'll bring up Kendall Hyatt, who grounded out to the shortstop in her first at-bat. Hyatt batting .254 on the season, 17 RBIs. That ball is in the dirt. Kendall Varner, good to average speed over there on first base. So not someone you're necessarily going to think can steal, but absolutely might be able to slip one on you.
Yeah, has 6 stolen bags on the year, which is tied for second on the team. So someone who can definitely steal a bag if she has the opportunity. And maybe that's the momentum shift that the Wasps need right now. They need to get somebody in scoring position, especially with no outs, get someone over there, just kind of get the dugout. Obviously, they're cheering as they always are, but get them even more fired up than they are.
Well, head coach Dawn Simmons comes out to talk to her pitcher. I'm convinced maybe she's like me and trying to close her exercise ring on her Apple Watch. So trying to get a few extra steps in there.
Got to get those steps in.
But a 1-0 count to Hyatt here. And that'll be out on the outside corner, called a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. That ball is fouled back and out of play.
I think that's the first outside pitch that we've seen the Wasps swing out with less than 2 strikes. They just, obviously, when you're ahead in the count, that's not one that you swing at, but this pitcher has just been picking there all day and been able to command that outside corner. So that might be something that the Wasps need to start looking at, swinging at that pitch a little earlier, because it might be the best pitch that they see all at bat.
You know, and it's one of those things you have to adjust. We talk about it all the time to the umpire, and this one is giving that corner. I don't think it's way outside or anything, so they're not having to fish too much. But they are going to have to swing at that outside pitch. That one's chopped over to the third baseman, who fumbles it, and in the second base safely is going to be Kendall Varner. So that means Kendall Hyatt will be safe at first base. So the Wasps now have 2 runners on.
And that's just a testament of the hustle that's coming out of Varner at first. She's able to, she sees a ball, an easy double play ball hit, and most people might pull up and try to get out of the way, but she's coming in hard, she's coming in fast, and because it was bobbled, she's able to be in safe at second.
Skaggs shows bunt, waves at it, and that'll be a called strike. Emily Skaggs, the right fielder, 0 for 1 on the afternoon, grounded out to the pitcher. So the Wasps 2 runners on with no outs here. That's hit to the pitcher. They go directly to first base, so counts just as much as a bunt, moves the runners to second and third.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not normally where you want to hit that ball because there's a shot of the double play, but it got the job done, and now we have runners at second and third with less than 2 outs.
You have to believe earlier that the throw that the pitcher had made, that was a bad one over to first base that was dug up, had to be in her mind a little bit, so not wanting to maybe turn so quickly to second, a place where she doesn't throw as much. So that one is sacrificed. So that one's hit out to right field by Morgan Silvas, and that'll be caught. The Wasps fake the go in and will stay on their bases. So Morgan Silvas sees 1 pitch, and that's the second out of the inning.
Yeah, ball just isn't hit quite deep enough for Varner to tag. And we saw in infield, outfield before the game that there's some cannons in this outfield, this Lynchburg outfield. So you're going to have to hit the ball pretty deep to be able to hit some sacrifice flies.
Yeah, I think anything where they're coming forward, you're almost going to have to stay your base. So Haley Mintz comes in, and it hasn't been the best offensive season for Haley Mintz, but she's one of those people that does not fear the big situation, and this is one here in the semifinals with 2 runners on, and the Wasps trailing by 5 runs. The top of the lineup behind her, 2 balls and no strikes. And you really want Haley on base with her ability to steal bases, and it is just a threat on the path. She gets underneath one, dips her shoulder there, flies out to the second baseman. So the Hornets see a little bit of a scare with 2 runners on. The Wasps can't get any across the plate. And after 4 complete, it's Lynchburg 6, Emory Henry. So we have played 4 complete. It's Lynchburg 6, Emory and Henry 1. Lynchburg did a nice job of getting out of a tough situation there. And it's just one of those situations, Ty, where you have to shake off that opportunity and know that you have to do your job out here on the defensive side because you just don't want to allow any more runs.
Yeah, you got to have a short-term memory loss type of situation here. You can't take your at-bats into the field because things will just multiply and the snowball will continue to roll. So Wasps just need to forget that bottom of the 4th and move on here to the bottom of the 5th and try to hang a 0.
Yeah, the bats haven't quite awoke yet, but they can at any moment. So, you know, a 5-run deficit is not something that's out of play for the Wasps, but they've got to do their job here to make it a little bit easier when they do get back up on the offensive side. So it'll be Olivia Herman, the catcher, leading off the 5th inning here for the Hornets. 1 for 2 on the afternoon with that double and RBIs. And so she sees another pitch go high, so the count goes to 1-1. We've seen a good number of Lynchburg leadoffs find their way onto base, and Herman will add to that one. Almost, but grabbed. I couldn't quite see it. The umpire stepped in the way, but an unbelievable catch out there by Nicole Cox.
Yeah, going straight to her left, and those line drives that are hit right at you, you're not really sure, you know, should I be going back, should I be going forward, because I've got that backspin. But a great play by Nicole Cox to go completely horizontal and go make that play.
So an important first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the center fielder, Kaylee Hackett, who is also 1 for 2 on the afternoon with a single and a ground out to third. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here. As the Hornets are finding a lot of contact with Durr. We're not seeing the high strikeout. We're not seeing a lot of other things. That ball's way up in the air, and a nice job by Kendall Varner to call off Cam Durr, who was putting her glove up like she was ready to make a play. And Kendall Varner wisely says, I got you here, pitch.
Yeah, just, you know, your job is to throw the ball at the catcher. Let me do all the fielding.
And Durr did not argue at all and quickly
No.
gets out of the way there. And that'll be out number 2. And that'll bring up Sophie Tully, the first baseman here, with 2 outs. That ball's hit out to right field. Drifting over is Anna Thomas. She makes the catch. And so the Wasps 1, 2, 3. They trail by 5 heading to the bottom of the 5th. Well, it's the top of the order here in the bottom of the 5th, scheduled to go 7 innings, of course. And Ty, this is, you're not guaranteed to find another top of the order, so you really would like to see your big bats here kind of help get something going.
Yeah, we had a quick 1-2-3 inning in the top of the 5th. This is where the momentum needs to shift. This is where the top of the lineup needs to do their job, get on, get over, and get in.
Anna Thomas fouls that one over there. Thomas 0 for 2 with a strikeout, a ground out to first. That's inside. And that's going to be ball 1. But that was inside, and the catcher, really, that's where she wanted it. Really just trying to not let Thomas turn on this one. Into the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike. That ball just misses out. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Big green light here from Coach Forrester. But Thomas will take the free pass as that ball is in the dirt. So an important leadoff runner here for the Wasps. As Nicole Cox comes to the plate. Great defensive play in the top portion of this inning. See if she can add something with her bat. She's done exactly what you want the 2-hole hitter to do, which is watch 8 different pitches be balls and walk twice. That's going to be high, about waist high and inside, though. So ball 1. These are good pitches from Lynchburg. They're just missing the zone, but not by much.
Yeah, obviously the Wasps are eager to score some runs here in the bottom of the 5th, but great on them for putting together good at-bats and not swinging at bad pitches. Sometimes when you're trying to make too much happen, you end up swinging at, this big zone, but the Wasps, even though they're aggressive, they're still watching, bad pitches and waiting for the one that they can drive.
Sperandeo of Lynchburg knows that they want to swing at some pitches. They want to get those bats going, but she's going to make it hard. You're going to have to hit some tough pitches. Nice job of looking right there by Nicole Cox. 2-1 the count. She lays the bunt down. That'll advance the runner, and she'll be out at first. But down to second goes Anna Thomas.
Yeah, and Wasps at this point need to start manufacturing runs. So a great bunt by Nicole Cox to get a runner in scoring position with the big bat, Alex Braun, coming to the plate.
I was going to say, I know somebody here that knows how to manufacture some runs, and that's Alex Braun, as she leads the team with 48 hits on the season. 7 home runs, 36 RBIs, and she doesn't strike out much. She's only struck out 6 times on the season. She swings on pitch 1, hits it to the third baseman, over to first base. Advancing to third will be Anna Thomas. So the Wasps give up an out to move the runner across to third base, and the Wasps now will have 2 outs. Not exactly what Braun was looking for. They're not the sacrifice situation that you were wanting, but at least it gets Thomas to third base. So a wild pitch here or any mistake from Sperandeo will score a run as Allie Stedman comes up to the plate. She is 0 for 2, grounded out to third and popped up in her 2 at-bats. Sees a strike called there on the first pitch. That pitch is going to be low for a strike, for a ball, excuse me. And hits by people like Stedman almost count as two because she's just such an energetic spark plug that it really can get a lot going.
Yeah, she was the walk-off hitter the other day, and somebody, just a spark plug for this team that's able to do it when you come up big, whether it be at the end of the game or in a situation like this where the Wasps are just thirsty for runs. So hopefully she's able to do that for them right now.
1-2 the count to Stedman. High, good job of laying off. That pitch is hard to see. That rise ball looks like it's going to be a strike for just a hot second and then just goes out of the zone. Sperandio throws a nice one, but 2-2 goes the count. That ball's driven into center field. Will it get down? It does, and that'll score a run. And Allie Stedman, we'll count it as 2 hits.
I wish we could count it as 2 runs.
So the Wasps get that important run out with 2 outs. Got to find a way to get that run in. A nice job of hitting right there by Allie Stedman.
Yeah, just showing her maturity of not trying to do too much with 2 strikes, able to just stay composed and hit the ball right back where it came from.
And that's good news because it brings in a Kendall Varner to the plate, double and a walk earlier. Kendall, one of those can get streaky hot, and in a moment's notice, seeing the ball well today from Sperandio, and she's trying to respect her there. She throws it way outside for ball 1. With that upswing that Varner likes, this win, you can try to drive one deep here possibly. That ball is going to be outside as well. So 2-0 goes the count. The senior with the 2-0 count, and we will have a timeout called by the catcher. Sometimes this is just one of those kind of break the momentum. You know, you've thrown 2 balls. You just gave up a hit, and maybe it's just time to just reset a little bit.
Yeah, and this is the batter you don't want to just serve up a dead red fastball, especially with 2-0 count. So probably just telling her, hey, let's be smart.
She came with the fastball.
There it was, yeah.
And that's living life right there. So 2-1 goes the count here with 2 outs. And that's going to be outside for ball 3. Sperandio behind in the count, 3-1. Kendall Hyatt on deck for the Wasp. That's going to be a strike. And I think that Varner thought that was going to be low, but caught the knees on the inside part of the plate. So full count. Hard hit off of the glove of the shortstop. Heading towards third is going to be Stedman. Down in the dirt. That's going to send to second base Varner. So a mistake by the center fielder, I think, there to go to third base with a speedy Allie Stedman. So the Wasps now have runners on second and third.
Yeah, you got to hit a cutoff there. You can't throw all the way through because now we have runners not only at third but second and third. So 2 runners in scoring position. That'll score 2 runs on a single, but a great piece of hitting by Kendall Varner. She smoked that ball. Shortstop didn't have a prayer of catching that ball, even if it hit some leather.
You know, I looked at a lot of stats, so I'm going to make one up here. I think that the Hornets lead the ODAC in visits to the mound, as Coach Don Simmons calls all of her team to the mound right now to have a little bit of a talk. But this is a big moment. I mean, there's, already 1 run that's come across, and with that throwing mistake, you now have 2 runners in scoring position. And so really wanting to make sure they can minimize this mistake because this is a situation where the Wasps were trailing by 5, and 1 more swing could literally almost make this a 2 or maybe even a 1-run game.
Yeah, and you can feel, the energy switching. The Wasp dugout is up, the fans are up, and obviously if you're Lynchburg, you want to kind of corral that. Especially just get an out, don't do too much, but obviously that's not what the Wasps want. That's
going to be high for a ball. And if you're a Lynchburg fan right now, if you can find an out, you only let 1 run in, and you're still up by 4. So big moment here in the 5th for Kendall Hyatt, and that's going to be missing just a bit too. So 2-0 goes the count. Wasps have a pinch hitter in the on-deck circle, and Kinsey Ingo, if Kendall Hyatt can find her way on here. Swing and a miss from Hyatt. She grounded out to her shortstop in her first at-bat. An error on the third baseman in her second at-bat allowed her to reach first. 2-1 is the count with 2 outs. A swing and a miss, so the count goes to 2-2.
Now you just got to put the ball in play and make Lynchburg field this ball. You can always, an error might happen, but
that ball's going to be caught by the shortstop. What an unbelievable grab. And that gets them out of the inning as Kayla Hugate just absolutely snags one. And that was a big, big moment because that was looking 2 runs coming in. But instead, the Wasp only add 1, and they trail by 4 after. Well, we'll have a defensive substitution. It'll be Kinsey Ingo coming in and playing right field for Emily Skaggs as the Wasps trail 6-2 here after 5 innings. And you were talking about that momentum, Ty, and almost kind of swings back despite the fact that that was a rough inning for the Hornets. But to them, they look up on the leaderboard and they're like, in the second and in the fifth, all we did was give up 1 run to the number 9 team in the nation. We'll take that.
Yeah, and that one hurts for the Wasps because, the offense hasn't been doing great all day. They finally get it going in the bottom of the 5th, and you just feel like that was our shot. Obviously it's not. There's plenty of softball to play, but that one hurts.
So it'll be Addison Walter leading off here in the top of the 6th for the Hornets. She fouls one back out of play. This is a battle-tested Wasp team, a lot of experience on them. And so, it was a great opportunity in the last part of that inning, but still a lot of softball to play, and they can rally and come back and win this ball game. They know they can hit the ball. That ball's hit towards right field. That's going to drift just foul, though, and that will just be a long strike, and the count will go to 0-2 for Addison Walter.
Yeah, you look at these girls out in the field, and you don't see deflated shoulders. You don't see any of that. You see determination. You see girls that say, "Okay, that happened. So what? Let's next pitch. Let's get it going. We're gonna get a quick 3 outs here. And we'll get back into the dugout. And we'll start hitting."
So 0-2 count to Addison Walter, who has had 1 strikeout on the afternoon. She'll add a second to her count there, as Durr picks up the strikeout to start the 6th inning. So it'll be the second baseman, Ashley Haley. She has re-entered the game and will be batting this turn. She flew out to right field in her 1 at-bat for the day. And she will see a strike to start off this at-bat. Off speed, hung onto it a little bit too long, and so it goes high for 1 ball and 1 strike. That is a beautiful pitch right at the knees for strike 2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes for Cam Durr as she faces the second baseman, Ashley Haley. She does her job and battles and gets a piece of that one. Good job of fielding by Sarah Tiller, who helps call a lot of the pitches for the Wasps. Works with Morgan Silvas, our catcher. That ball is going to be flown out to right field. Kinsey Ingo sees it, comes up, dives, and makes the catch. Looks like she misread it and dropped back for a second and realized it was going to drop, but she comes back and makes the play.
Yeah, and Ingo, not always a right fielder, doesn't know that backside ball normally doesn't have a ton of backspin, normally plays left or center. But a great play by her to make an adjustment after the errant read and is able to make the play.
It's nice to have a former outfielder helping me with color commentary today to be able to give us that sort of insight. So 2 outs as the hitter is going to be Lexi Powell, the leadoff hitter. The right fielder is 0 for 2 with a walk so far today. Durr misses outside. So 2 balls and no strikes. 2 outs here. Wasps trailing 6-2 here in the 6th. And Durr misses high again, so 3-0 goes the count. So we'll see if Powell will just keep the bat on the shoulder here. She does and sees a strike, so 3-1. Hit right up the middle. Hyatt drifts over, throws to first, and gets her for the 3rd out. Nice job there by Kendall Hyatt to back up the pitcher. Throws it over to first, so the Wasps will head to the bottom of the 6th. They trail 6-2. Well, we're going to see a new pitcher here for the Lynchburg Hornets, but it's a familiar face in Emily Charlton, who was the pitcher in Game 1 in the first series between the Hornets and the Wasps. In that loss versus the Wasps, she gave up 7 hits, only went 3 innings, and gave up 5 earned runs. And Ty, looking at some of the stats, she seems to be a pitcher that can keep the ball in the zone and is really going to make these Wasp hitters have to swing the bat.
Yeah, only 5 walks on the year, so definitely going to fill it up. Got a 2.14 ERA over 72 innings pitched and a 2.54 batting average against. So someone who's going to keep it around the zone and make these Wasps put the ball in play.
Well, Kinsey Ingo, who just entered the game, will be up to bat to lead off the 6th inning for the Wasps. That ball's going to be inside and a ball 1. And this is sort of why Ingo was brought in. Really, in my belief, Skaggs one of the best right fielders in the ODAC. Great defender. But the Wasps needing a little bit of offense, so looking for a jump in Ingo, who's played quite a few different roles here for the Wasps as she watches a second pitch go by, 2-0.
Yeah, the freshman with a 318 batting average is just, phenomenal for your first year. So definitely coming in with the pinch hitting, which is what she's done often, and the Wasps are hoping to just get something started here.
So a strike on that pitch, so 2 balls and 1 strike. And the off speed, and Ingo well ahead of it, and so the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Always hard when you see that pitch because now you got a lot of different things that be coming your way. And the fastball misses high, so the count goes full. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kinsey Ingo, the right fielder for Emory and Henry. She waits on that one and pops it over, and it's going to be caught by the left fielder, just hung in the air about a half second long enough for her to make the play.
Yeah, and a great play made by that left fielder, number 3, Addison Walter. She was able to, it hung just enough, and she was able to make a diving play, and it was a great play by her.
So we're going to see Avery Atkins enter the game, and she will bat for Morgan Silvas. Haley Mintz is still in the on-deck circle. Avery Atkins will be a big part of the Wasp future, will be the lone experienced pitcher next year.
Hitting 1,000 so far this year, 2 for 2. Leading the team.
2 balls and no strikes. She sees a strike called. As I was looking at our social media earlier today, I saw a Lynchburg fan on there that was sharing today's game information and said that she'd be rooting for the Hornets and Avery Atkins. So that's an off speed. That has to look so hard. And that one misses high. So 3 balls and 1 strike with 1 out here in the 6th. That's going to be outside part of the plate. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's outside. Oh. Strike 3, the call. And that was, I have a little bit of a forced different perspective over here, but man, that looked it looked outside.
Yeah, that was. I thought it was about a ball out, but you gotta play with the zone you're given, not the zone you want.
Haley Mintz tries to bunt her way on, goes just foul though, so 0-1 will be the count. So 2 outs here in the 6th. The Wasps are trailing by 4. You got the top of the order behind you. We've seen the Wasps rally on 2 quite a few times this season. So if Mintz can find her way on, as we've talked about on several occasions, is a threat on the base path. I feel like if she gets on, you should just let her go to second.
Don't even throw. You don't. It's not worth it.
I have lots of ideas that give us an advantage. Misses high there. 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, Anna Thomas in the on-deck circle. Mintz flew out to right field in her last at-bat. That's going to be a called strike, so the count goes even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hits it over the third baseman's head, so Mintz will find her way on the first, makes a big turn, and comes back, and Coach Delp happy with that as the Wasps now have a runner on with 2 outs.
Yeah, and did exactly what her job is as the 9-0. Just turn the lineup over. Get on, get us some base runners. Obviously, she has great speed on the base pass, but more importantly, just get the top of the lineup in the batter's box because those girls are ready to hit and ready to score runs.
So it'll be Anna Thomas with Nicole Cox on deck. Low and inside for ball 1. 6-2 our score here in the bottom of the 6th. Scheduled to play 7. 2 outs. That's in the dirt. And I'm going to imagine right here, even with the stolen base threat that Haley Mintz is, that with the top of the order, 2 outs, have to be a little bit more conservative here.
Yeah, you don't want to kind of shoot this rally in the foot with a stolen bag thrown out. So everyone will probably just be going base to base there. But obviously a threat to go first to third on a single.
Yeah, that's exactly the opportunity that Mintz gives us, is that if there's something out there and the fielders are a little slower to get it, that she could stretch that into an extra bag. But 2-1 the count to the batter, Anna Thomas, with 2 outs here. Curves across the plate and misses outside. So the count moves to 3 balls and 1 strike. That's going to be inside and will be ball 4. So Mintz goes to second, Thomas goes to first, and it will be Nicole Cox coming up, who is 0 for 1 on the day but has 2 walks. You see Alex Braun there on the on-deck circle. You just want to find a way for her to get up this inning. That ball's going to be low and inside. And a little bit of an up-and-down inning here from Charlton as they're going to call timeout and talk about this a little bit, but has been missing a little bit inside on these last few batters. So the Hornets want to come together and talk about this, and the home plate umpire is not going to have a lot of patience for this, as they've had quite a few visits already. So the home umpire has very little rope that he's willing to give them for that situation. So 1 ball and no strikes, 2 outs here to Nicole Cox, and that ball is going to be high for ball 2. So 2 outs here with 2 runners on. That's going to be in the dirt, and that's going to be ball 3. So it's all tightening up a little bit, and imagine this, we're going to have a visit to the mound as Coach Don Simmons comes out.
I think we're going to run out of daylight before the end because of all these mound visits.
Well, we are right at about the 2-hour mark here in this game, with still about an inning at least to play.
We're supposed to be starting game 2 in 8 minutes.
Yeah, and you definitely have to wonder a little bit about it. It definitely messes with the flow. I mean, they're coming out and doing this, but there will be a little bit of a tighter rope, I got a feeling, for some of these future mound visits the rest of the afternoon. So 3 balls, no strikes, 2 outs here. Cox shows bunt, pulls back, and that'll be ball 4. So the bases are loaded, and although she is hitless on the day, Alex Braun can change the tone with 1 swing. Outside and just misses. Ball 1. So the Wasps have all of the bases full, so nowhere to put Braun. So a dangerous position here for the Hornets in Charlton. Off speed, and that is hammered foul down the left field line. And she waited on it, but not quite long enough. Alex didn't quite have the series against the Ferrum Panthers that she wanted, but still has a very positive look in her eyes as she steps into the box. And that one's off her hands, going to be a tough play for the second baseman, but over the first stretches, drops it, ball's into the outfield, and one other run scores, another run scores. So 2 runs cross the plate on the air. So Alex Braun, not the speediest one of the Wasps, gets down the line and is there in time. So 2 runs cross, and the Wasps close the lead. to 6-4.
And obviously not where she wanted to hit that ball, but it got the job done, scoring 2. And just great hustle by her to not dog on, a little dink to the second baseman, and things happen when you put the ball in play.
And I always am excited to see Allie Stedman get into the batter's box, but swinging the bat well today, has hit it hard on all 3 at-bats, singled with an RBI to center field in her last at-bat with runners on the corners here. That ball is in the dirt. So they bring Charlton into the game, gives up 2 runs, and has 2 runners on now here. So the Hornets find themselves in a little bit of a pickle as they try to get out of here with minimizing the damage. That is a cutting fastball that catches the corner right at the knees, so that'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. So all of this with 2 outs. Kendall Varner in the on-deck circle. And Stedman sees it and stretches out, and she knows that she swung on a bad one, but the best thing that really could happen, which is that she fouls it back. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runners on first and third. And that pitch is high, so 2 balls and 2 strikes. So big moment here for the senior. That ball's in the dirt. Nicole Cox is coming home, slides under the tag, and it's going to be called out.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Brent.
I definitely don't know about that one. That was a tough break for the Wasp as she was called out. But Coach Forster wants to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, she was tagged in the knee. And she, obviously, when you slide in, you get the foot would be on the bag if she was tagged that high. But obviously the home plate umpire didn't see it that way, and unfortunately stifles that rally for the Wasps in the top of the 6th.
Well, the Wasps have to shake that one off. They get 2 in the 6th. They close the lead to 6-4, and we'll take a timeout here and be back for the 7th. And
I didn't know if you'd, yeah.
so you got to shake that one off if you are a Wasp faithful. That one is tough. 6-5 would have been nice and still up at bat. But you got 2 runs back. You're now back in this ball game. It's 6-4. The thing you can't do here, you just can't allow them to get any of those runs back, Ty.
No, this top of the 7th needs to be another 0 like the 5th and the 6th have been. So the Wasps need to buckle down and get those 3 outs.
So it'll be Hugate to lead off here in the 7th for the Hornets. She has a bunt to got herself on. She's walked and had a sacrifice fly to left field that was resulting in an RBI. That one's going to be high in ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes. And Silvas held that one, really wanting that one. Low must have been the call there. So 3 balls and no strikes. And Durr misses inside, so 4 straight pitches. Gives Hugate the walk. So the shortstop goes down to first base, and Carly Cundiff, the third baseman, will come to the plate with a walk, a strikeout, and a ground out. And it looks like we're going to have some type of substitution here. Looks like it's going to be a pinch hitter for Carly Cundiff. It's going to be number 28, Skylar Sams, the freshman. So Skylar Sams will come in, the left-hander.
Comes in with a 500 average over, now it's only 2 at-bats, but 1 for 2 so far on her career. Looking to add to that here.
Interesting time to get your 3rd at-bat of the season.
Yeah.
That is going to be a wild pitch, and that'll move Hugate to second base. So exactly what we talked about is beginning to develop a little bit as the Wasps need to hold strong. And already a runner has advanced to second with no outs. And they're going to call a strike on that one. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Skylar Sams. She swings and misses, so strike 2. Durr goes high. Sams does a nice job of laying off of that. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Punch out would be big here.
Definitely with no outs and a runner on second.
And that's exactly what happens when you slap and move away from it. It's hard to see that outside corner, and that's where it landed. So that is the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the designated player, Bree Hodges. A double earlier in the game, a fielder's choice ground out. Hits it up the middle. Hyatt cleanly over to first base, and so that'll be out number 2. The runner does advance to third base, but the Wasps will take the out as Olivia Herman will now come up to bat. And her 3 at-bats, 1 for 3 on the afternoon with that double in the first inning. Lined out in her last at-bat. She fouls that one off the end of the bat, back out of play. 0-1 goes the count. That one's one hit straight up into the air. Drifting back is Hyatt. Calls for it, makes the catch. So the Wasps do a good job of not letting that run get home, and they head to the bottom of the 7th, trailing Well, if there's one bright spot to how we ended that sixth inning is that Allie Stedman still gets a chance to bat, as she will lead us off here in the bottom of the seventh. So it should be Stedman, Varner, and then Hyatt. Rally caps on as the Wasps trail here by 2 in the final inning, as Stedman sees a called strike 1 on the outside corner. A cutting fastball for a strike 2.
Now you got to start battling if you're Stedman. You got to be fouling anything off until you get something you can handle, and we got to just be putting balls in play.
Nice pitch there by Emily Charlton to get ahead in this count, and that ball's going to be fouled back, and it's going to hit the trash can. Oh, almost. There is going to be a day where I rip the headset off like I'm a catcher, and I make the play. It's going to happen one of these days that I'm going to catch a foul ball.
I got close one day. I had to protect Peyton.
So that
our colleague Peyton Brooks was, when they say heads up, she went straight heads down. It was my job to save her.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to Allie Stedman. She gets the bat on the ball, hits it to center field, and that will fall right into the glove of the Hornets center fielder, and that'll be out number 1 here. So 2 outs remaining. And so it'll be Kendall Varner. If you need to know what kind of season she has, just look at the giant rips all across her uniform.
Stolen a few bags here.
It's been a battle. She sees a strike 1 called. So 0-1 count to Varner. Waits on that one, but a strike foul back. So quickly ahead is Charlton, 0-2 the count. I think the umpire needed to shake that one off a little bit. In case you didn't know, you are in Emory, Virginia, because you can hear the train behind us, of course. That ball is high and above Varner's head, so 1-2 goes the count. So Lynchburg 2 outs away from stealing game 1. That ball is hit and fouled, and they will not get to that one, so Varner will stay alive. So the Wasps trail by 2. They cut the lead to 2 with 2 runs in the 6th. That's what they need in this inning to keep this game alive. Already 1 out, and a 1-2 count to Kendall Varner. She lets that one go, and that was close.
Obviously, Kendall knows what she's doing because she took that one and didn't blink an eye. But I'll tell you, back here, I was definitely worried.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And early in a strikeout, a big strikeout there for Charlton, and that's 2 outs. And that will bring Kendall Hyatt to the plate. She, of course, in her last at-bat, hit that hot shot to the shortstop that was nabbed to end a rally for the Wasp. And she will see strike 1. So the Hornets can feel it, 1 out away from picking up game 1 of this best-of-3 series. And that'll be in the dirt. So 1 ball and 1 strike. That ball down in the dirt as well. 2 balls and 1 strike. That ball is also down in the dirt, so 3 balls and 1 strike. A swing and a miss, and the count goes full. So 1 pitch away here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. And rang up on a called strike 3. And that one is all it takes. And so game 1 is complete. And the 4th seeded Lynchburg Hornets come in and steal game 1 from Emory and Henry as they win game 1 6-4. And announcer tells us it'll be about 25 minutes, but if I was a Wasp fan watching at home, I might come back a few minutes before that because I think as soon as both of these teams are ready, they'll probably get this started. So maybe come back in about 18 to 20 minutes. We'll see you in a second. Game 1 goes to Lynchburg. Well, welcome back to Game 2. My name is Brent Treesh, and if you are just joining us, Lynchburg took the first game here in the semifinal matchup between the Emory Henry Wasp and the Lynchburg Hornets. And so we are ready for Game 2. So we'll take a quick look at the fielding lineup for the Wasp. In left field, it'll be Nicole Cox, Anna Thomas in center field, and in right field will be Emily Skaggs. Your infield at third base will be Allison Stedman, Kendall Hyatt at short, Haley Mintz at second, and Kendall Varner at first. Catching in Game 2 will be Daisy Jenkins, and the pitcher in Game 2 will be Alex Braun. Taking a look at the batting lineup for the Lynchburg Hornets, it'll be Lexi Powell, the right fielder, leading off for the Hornets, followed by Kayla Hugate, Carly Cundiff, Bree Hodges, Olivia Herman, Maya Lyburn gets the start in Game 2, Sophie Tooley, Gracie Dooley gets a start, and Ashley Haley will be in the 9 spot. So that is the lineup for the Hornets as they look to pick up a second win and close out this series against the Wasps, the number 9 ranked team in the nation, in this best of 3 series. So Lexi Powell will get things started for the Hornets. And Alex Braun's first pitch is swung on and fouled out of play for strike 1. Alex Braun has thrown 102/3 innings, has a 2.02 ERA, 111 strikeouts on the season, only 20 walks, and she's given up 8 home runs. Pitch down and missing to Powell, so that'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. Alex Braun not thought of necessarily as a power pitcher, but has the ability to hit a lot of corners and work the ball all across the strike zone. That's how she gets so many of those strikeouts. She misses low, though, there as the count goes to 2-1. Down again and missing, so 3-1 goes the count. So Lexi Powell here in the driver's seat with the 3-1 count. And that is a strike, so the count goes full. Powell drives it to left field. Drifting back is Cox. She makes the catch, and that will be the first out of the inning. Well hit ball there by Lexi Powell, but nice job of reading it from Nicole Cox. So there's 1 up, 1 down. The pitch to the second batter, Kayla Hugate, is a strike, so 0-1 for Braun. Hit to center field. Coming in is Anna Thomas, and she makes the catch, so that'll be out number 2. So 2 quick batters, 2 quick outs, and it'll be Carly Cundiff, the third batter here. The third baseman trying to get something going for the Hornets. A swing and a miss is strike 1. A swing and a miss there, quickly behind 2-0. So the Wasps looking to go 1-2-3 here as Carly Cundiff of the Hornets faces an 0-2 count. Holds back on the pitch that sells high. So the count goes to 1-2. Outside, misses, evens up the count at 2s. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Carly Cundiff the Hornets batter. Foul back and out of play. It's a piece of plywood back there. With the price of wood right now, that might be worth about $95. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Right at the knees, and that one was tough to lay off from Carly Cundiff, but that is a ball, so the count goes to 3-2. Tough to lay off of that one, but 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fouled back and will go out of play. We got a tent over us today, so we are golden. And nothing to worry about here. We were worried, of course, about the threat of rain. It was sprinkling about 45 to 50 minutes before the start of game 1, which feels like a lifetime ago. That one is going to be swung and fouled back out of play as well. So a good job of battling here by Carly Cundiff to keep this at-bat alive, as there's still the count of 3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. That one's hit right up the middle, off the glove of Braun, and over to first base safely goes Cundiff for a 2-out single. That was a hot shot up the middle. Braun shakes it off and says she's just fine. And so the Hornets have a runner on with 2 outs. And that'll bring up Bree Hodges, playing right field here in game 2. Bree Hodges got the game 1 scoring started with a double to center field. See if she can do something with 2 outs here in the first of game 2, and a swing and a miss for strike 1. That's going to be right on the knees, and she gets the call that time. So 0-2 goes the count. That ball's hit up into the air. Drifting over is going to be Allie Stedman, and just outside of her reach. So Bree Hodges gets another take, and the count remains 0-2. 2 outs here, runner on first base. Swings on it, hits it off the corner of the bat. Mintz fields it over to Varner, and that will be the inning. So the Hornets get a hit, strand 1 runner on, so they score no runs, and the Wasps will come with their chance at bat here in the first. Well, we are here for the start of the bottom of the first inning. We'll take a look at the batting lineup. It's going to be Anna Thomas, followed by Nicole Cox, Kendall Varner. Alex Braun will be batting 4th, followed by Allison Stedman. Daisy Jenkins will get an at-bat. Kendall Hyatt, Hannah Morrison, and Haley Mintz. So Anna Thomas looking to get the Wasp offense going here in game 2. Pitching for the Hornets is going to be Michelle Lehan. Comes into the game with a 3.5 ERA on the season, and she misses high for ball 1 to get the bottom of the first started. She comes inside and just misses for ball 2. A good-looking pitch there from Lehan that just misses. Catches the inside portion of the plate that time for the first strike of the at-bat. So the count goes to 2-1. In the dirt. So the count goes to 3-1. Wasp would like to get up early in this game as they fell behind 3-0 in game 1. And Anna Thomas will get things started by heading to first base on a walk. Although she sprints down to first base, she finds herself on as the left fielder Nicole Cox comes into the batter's box. Cox had a small village full of walks in the first game, 2 walks. So good job in that second spot, finding ways to get on base in game 1. Need more of that here in game 2. As that one catches the strike zone for strike 1. So Anna Thomas on first base, Nicole Cox in the box. Shows bunt, pulls it back, strike 2, so 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kendall Varner in the on-deck circle. She'll be followed by Alex Braun. Cox gets a piece of that one, fouls it back and out of play. Swing and a miss there. Lehan goes up high and gets the punch out for out number 1 here of the first. And it'll be Kendall Varner coming up to the plate. Varner had a double in game 1. And she takes a ball here to start game 2. Anna Thomas on first for the Wasp. That pitch comes in and not sure where that one missed, but called a ball, so 2 balls and no strikes. I always have to preface with we don't have a directly behind the plate look, but we're close. Now that one was a strike, so 2 balls and 1 strike. I applaud Coach Forster, still in short sleeves. I had to go get a jacket in between games. It says it's 57 out here, but a chilly 57 with this wind. As Lehan's pitch goes high and outside for 3 balls and 1 strike. So big deep breath for Kendall Varner as she steps back into the box. 3-1 count. And that's going to be high and misses, so a walk for Varner. So she'll head down the first. Anna Thomas goes to second. And Alex Braun comes into the on-deck circle. And we're going to have our first gathering at the mound of game 2. If you'll remember my made-up stat from game 1, that the Hornets lead the ODAC in visits to the mound. But Coach Don Simmons, of course, wanting to make sure her team is all on the same page, as you see the huge advantage that happens in game one when the Hornets got out to a big 3-0 lead. They want to make sure that they don't allow the Wasps to get the same advantage here in game two. So the home plate umpire will make the stroll out there to see what's going on. It is a cloudy, more overcast day here in Emory. Probably still have plenty of time for this game, but I will tell you that if this game were to go late, we don't have a lot of pad in this, with a little bit of a late start as we were still working on some field conditions. You know, the sun starts getting dark around the mountains here around 8 o'clock, so we're about 2 hours away from that right now. So Alex Braun steps in with runners on first and second, and that pitch goes drifting away outside for ball one. That ball cuts in and right at the knees for strike one, so 1-1 goes the count. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, runners on first and second. Anna Thomas on second, Kittle Varner on first. Ball is foul tipped back into the glove. So strike 2 on Alex Braun. Two walks already in this inning for Lehan. Cuts inside there, just misses. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lehan already trying to establish that low strike, has a big curving fastball that can come in on you. That one's hit strong right up the middle. That one's drifting back and gone over the center field line. A home run for Alex Braun. So 1 run crosses and 2 runs will cross, and Alex Braun with the big home run to center field. That is a big, big hit to start the game. So she waves goodbye to that one, and the Wasps, just like the Hornets did in game one, jump ahead 3-0. So a big swing. We knew that Alex Braun has that in her, and she delivers there with the home run. So the Wasps jump ahead 3-0, and Allie Stedman will now come to the plate with the bases empty and only 1 out. 3 is not enough against this good Hornets ball club, so the Wasps will not be satisfied with that, as they have a hot part of their lineup here in Allie Stedman at the plate. 1 ball and no strikes here to Stedman. That curves and catches the front portion of the outside part of the plate, so that'll be strike 1. That ball cuts inside, and that's a ball. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Stedman fouls that one back. Man, it got me again. Got me again. Oh, man, I'm not going to miss that. I'm not going to miss that. Man, I'm losing like an hour and a half of my life every time that happens to me. She fouls that one right out of play. Stedman battling here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, just the 1 out. Wasps have already got 3 across the plate. That one is in the dirt, so the count will go full. So a tough start here for the starting pitcher, Michelle Lehan. Already given up 2 walks. The home run does have the 1 strikeout of Nicole Cox. And that looks like that'll be it for her. So she lasts 1/3 of an inning, and we will have a change of pitcher. So we'll be back in just a moment. It's a Okay. So Kaylee Cox will be the new pitcher for the Hornets as Allie Stedman comes at the plate, hits it over past the shortstop. So new pitcher, one pitch, one single. So Allie Stedman keeps the good vibes going with the single to left field. And this will bring up the first at-bat here for Daisy Jenkins, the catcher that follows around Alex Braun. So Jenkins will get her first AB of the day with Allie Stedman over there on first. That's a off-speed pitch outside. The 4.24 ERA on the season for Kaylee Cox. Comes in here in a tough position with the Hornets already down 3-0. A runner now on first base after the single, and Jenkins quickly sees two balls. And that ball is going to be outside for ball 3. So this is sort of what Lynchburg has done all season. They pitch a lot of different people. They don't let a pitcher get in too much trouble. When they do, they pull them and try someone else. So the second pitcher of this ball game, Kaylee Cox, gets her first strike. So the count goes to 3-1. Daisy Jenkins, the batter for the Wasps. Sees the off-speed pitch high and outside, so that'll be a walk. So Daisy makes her way down to first base. And you see Allie Stedman go to second. So the Wasps have something going again as it is the shortstop Kendall Hyatt that steps up to the plate. She hits it hard but foul down the left field line. So far in the game, 6 batters, 3 walks, 2 hits, one of those, of course, being the Braun home run. So Kendall Hyatt, the shortstop, sees one on the outside, and that is called a strike. Frame job. So 0-2 goes the count. A good catcher can really almost give you an extra couple strikes a game, though. They know how to frame that up and do it subtly in a way that it looks like a strike. And so tip of the hat to the Hornets on that one. But 1-2 is the count here to Kendall Hyatt. That pitch is going to be high for ball 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 runners on. So 1 down here in the bottom of the first. 3 runs have already crossed. 2-2 the count. Hyatt misses that one too, but fouls it back out of play. So stays alive, battling here at 2-2 in the count. You've got Allie Stedman down there on second base. Daisy Jenkins over on first. And a 2-2 count to Kendall Hyatt. Swing and a miss. So the second strikeout of the inning. So that gives us 2 outs. And that brings up the senior Hannah Morrison to the plate. Hannah in the DP position here for game 2. Usually Hannah's name followed by Hannah Moe. So she sees her first pitch, and that will be low for a ball. So 1 ball, no strikes here with 2 outs, 2 runners on for the 8-hitter. A swing and a drive to center field. That one's drifting back, and the ball is dropped at the wall. 1 run's going to score, and Hannah Moe goes to second base. Daisy Jenkins to third, and the Wasps get another run on an error out in center field as that ball was driven deep, and there was plenty of room as Gracie Dooley, who's playing here in game 2, drifted back, and it just fell out of her glove. So the Wasps are gifted one more run, which means let's meet at the mound one more time. So big hit there by Hannah Moe as she gets the RBI. And that brings up the second baseman, Haley Mintz, in the 9th spot, as the Wasps add one more and now lead 4-0. The pitch is outside and is a ball to start here for Morrison. The ball hits her inside, so Mintz will take that open base that is available, and it will now load the bases for Anna Thomas. So the Wasps bat around here in the first, and Thomas's first at bat was a base on balls. A pitch on the inside corner of the plate for strike one. Misses just outside there, 1 ball and 1 strike. Kaylee Cox, the pitcher for the Hornets here. Thomas drives it to left field. The right fielder slips, but gets up and makes the play. And that was a scary moment right there. But the Hornets get out of the bases loaded situation. But the Wasps bat around, and they score 4 runs in the first, and they now lead 4. So it'll be the catcher, Olivia Herman, leading off the second inning here for the Hornets. The Wasps add 4 runs in the first, and so they lead 4-0. That ball is hit and fouled over the left side. As Allie Stedman gives chase, the ball goes over the fence, so it'll be strike 1. Herman had a strong start to game 1 as she was part of the latter half of back-to-back doubles that helped the Hornets get to an early lead. Strike 2 here, though, as she's down quickly 0-2 on the count. So 0-2 count here for Braun. She goes off speed and throws it across and high, so that'll be ball 1. If you're going to throw one way out of the zone, a 0-2 count is the right place to be able to do it. So the count now is 1-2 to the catcher, Olivia Herman. The ball's driven to left field. That one is deep, and that one is out of here. A mistake from Alex Braun there on the 1-2 count leads to a home run for Herman. That is her first of the season, the 7th total for the Hornets. So a team that does not normally go deep does so here in the second to get on the board. And that is the 9th home run of the season given up from Alex Braun. So the Wasps will regroup. It just counts as one. They still lead 4-1. And Maya Lyburn, the DP in this game, will come up to bat. And she sees a quick strike 1. A swing and a miss there, strike 2. So a chance for Braun to get her first strikeout of the game, and she gets a piece of the ball on it, does Lyburn. Over Stedman to first base, and out is the call. So that will be the first out here of the second inning. Lyburn sort of just threw her bat out there and kind of dinked it over, and Stedman had to charge it and does a nice job of gathering herself and getting the out. So it'll be the first baseman, Sophie Tully, coming up to plate for the Hornets. And so you saw that ball fouled back into the net. Embarrassing when it happens to me, but funny when it happens to other people and they flinch. So that ball is in the dirt. So ball 1. Tully gets the bat on that one, pops it up in the air. Varner calls her off of the pitcher and says, "I got you again." It's the second time she's done that on this day, and gets out number 2. So Gracie Dooley, the center fielder, comes up to the plate. The lefty playing center field, and she fouls that one over by the visiting dugout off of the end of the bat for strike 1. Down low, Dooley doesn't fish, so it'll be 1-1. Braun with the 1-1 count. Up just above the letters, misses high, so 2-1. Gracie Dooley batting .244 on the season. He's played in 39 of the 40 games, I believe. 42 games, excuse me. That one just misses low. So the count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike. I think Braun wanted that one there, but just misses. So hitters count for Dooley. She fouls it off of herself. So the count will now go full. .15 RBIs on the season for Dooley. Swings and gets underneath that one. Haley Mintz puts up her hand saying, "I've got it." And she makes the catch. And the Wasps get out of the inning only giving up 1 run. So after 1.5, it's Emory Henry 4, Lynchburg. Well, we're back here for the bottom half of the second. It'll be Nicole Cox leading off, struck out in her first at bat, shows butt, puts it down, heads to first base. You're not going to catch her over there, so no throw. And a bunt to get on to start here in the second inning. And that brings up Kendall Varner, who walked in her first attempt at the plate. And that puts Alex Braun in the on-deck circle.
Now batting the first baseman, number 22, Kendall Varner.
A double and a walk in the first game for Varner. And she watches the first pitch of this at-bat go high, so that'll be ball 1. Pitch called a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kaylee Cox here on in relief. Came in the first inning, replacing Michelle Lehan. Seems to be settling down a little bit here as she finds a strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Kendall Varner. She throws the bat out there, hits a little pop up to the shortstop. Easy play, and that'll be out number 1. And that brings Alex Braun to the plate. Of course, the 3-run home run and her first at bat in the first inning. The ball is low for a ball. 8 home runs on the season, leads the team. A nation-leading 20 doubles as well. 39 RBIs. And she hits another base hit here, and as that heads out into left field, Nicole Cox goes to second, and Alex Braun is on first with a single, as Allie Stedman will now come to the plate. So the third baseman, Allison Stedman, will now come to the plate with just the 1 out. Good speed with Cox on second base. A good solid base hit here will be a potential run home opportunity. As Stedman sees a called strike 1. There's a called strike 2, so quickly 0-2 count here for Cox, the Hornets pitcher. Oh, 2 count to the senior Stedman. On the hands, does a nice job of just getting the bat on the ball, stays alive. If you are Allie Stedman here, you just want to make Cox the pitcher, throw something that's a good pitch and keep throwing your bat and hitting the ones that are a little bit outside the zone. Does she hold up? They go down the first base and check. No swing is the call, so ball one. It'll be 1-2. Good job of holding up on that check swing. So Stedman stays alive, 1-2, with one out here in the second. Off speed is a called strike 3. So that'll bring up the Daisy Jenkins here. The catcher walked in her first at bat. Hits it a little bit better this time, drifting between left field and center. And drifting over to make the play will be the left fielder, and that will be the third out of the inning. So the Wasps get on 2, but they leave them stranded, and they lead 4-1 after 2 innings. Leading off the third inning for the Hornets, it's going to be the second baseman, Ashley Haley. It'll be the number 9 hitter, and then we'll be back to the top of the order for the Hornets. Lexi Powell, the right fielder, will be in the on-deck circle. Braun with the just one blemish so far in 2 innings pitched, giving up the home run to Olivia Herman on a 1-2 count. She gets the third started with a ball. So 1-0 the count to Ashley Haley. Off-speed change up there. Evens up the count 1-1. A swing and a miss there as a strike. One-two count, off-speed pitch, and that's a ball. And that ball is going to be fouled back as well. Misses there, so we're full. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. And walks her. And so the leadoff hitter is down on first base. So the Hornets have their leadoff hitter on. And that'll bring up the top of the order. And Lexi Powell will be up, and she flied out in her first at bat to center field. And she sees a ball to start off this at bat. Gets the strike there, so 1 ball and 1 strike. Shows bunt. She goes, and so that'll be strike 2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Lexi Powell. Misses high there, so 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes to Lexi Powell. Hits that one, and it looks like there could be room, and it is, and Daisy Jenkins gets over there and makes the nice catch for out number 2. That was one of those ones where I think the wind might actually help to push it back into play a little bit because the wind is blowing kind of from right to left, and that ball was drifting that way, so stayed up in the air and gave Daisy Jenkins enough room to make the play, so 2 outs here. Excuse me, 1 out here. It's a wild pitch there from Braun. Advances the runner. It'll be Kayla Hugate, the shortstop, flied out to center field in her first at bat. So 1 out here. 1-0 to Hugate. That's going to be strike 1, 1-1. So the Hornets trailing 4-1, adding a run in the second inning. Runner on second here in the third with 1 out. Shows bunt. And they will check, and she did go. I was going to say, I believe she went around, so that'll be strike 2. She basically turned her body with the bat there. She could not pull that bunt back, so 1-2 goes the count. Gets underneath that one, drifts it out. Calling forward is Anna Thomas. The runner fakes like she's looking towards third, and the ball's thrown into the infield, and the Wasps now have 2 outs here in the third. So it'll be the third baseman, Carly Cundiff, that comes to the plate now with 2 outs, wanting to see if she can get that run home. And she'll see a strike 1 there on the inside portion of the plate. So Braun gets ahead 0-1. A swing and a miss there is 0-2. So Braun looking for the strikeout, goes off speed and outside and just misses. So the count goes to 1-2. Ball's fouled up into the air, and this one will stay in play also. She makes the play at the dugout, and that is out number 3. A phenomenal grab by Daisy Jenkins for out 3, and the Hornets leave 1 stranded. And after the top of the third, it's Lynchburg trailing 4-1. Emory Henry's bat. Okay. Well, we are back here in the bottom of the third, and it'll be the shortstop Kendall Hyatt leading it off for the Wasps. Hyatt struck out in her first at bat. Pitcher still for the Hornets, Kaylee Cox. That ball is going to be fouled out over the home dugout. So that'll be a strike. I think the play could have been made there by Janae Morrissey. Good to see our former assistant coach here joining us today for the semifinal matches. That ball hits Hyatt as she was squaring around, but she is standing up, so I'm guessing that hit the bat. But a scary situation there. And so it'll be 0-2 as the count. A good pitch right there, but just misses. And a ball is the call. So 1-2 is the count. A good looking pitch there from Kaylee Cox as she cut it inside, but misses just low. So the count goes 1-2 to Hyatt. Outside, Hyatt puts the bat on the ball over to the shortstop, to first base, and the out is made. A good stretch by Tully, the first baseman, there to help that one into the glove. And so there's one out now here in the bottom of the third. It'll be the designated player, Hannah Morrison, coming up to the plate. She hit a deep fly to center field, back to the warning track. An error was made by the center fielder. She dropped the ball and led to an RBI. So Morrison gets credit for the RBI. She sees a strike one there. And that pitch also, there's just something about these pitches hitting the bat. It looks like it's almost hitting the Wasp, but somehow it's hitting part of the bat first. So that's the second time this inning that we've seen that. And so the count goes to 0-2. Morrison hits a little dribbler to the pitcher. She goes to first base and gets the out. I keep looking at my watch because says it is 55 degrees, but it is a cold 55 degrees with overcast skies. A few drops of rain happening every once in a while if you're standing in the right spot. But 2 outs here in the inning as Haley Mitz swings on the first pitch and hits an easy pop-up to the third baseman. So a routine inning for the Hornets. And after 3, it's Emory Henry 4, Lynchburg 1. I think we're going to be happy that we have this pop-up tent because I felt well, we head to the top of the 4th inning, and it will be the Hornets looking to even up this game. It'll be the right fielder, Bree Hodges, that will help lead them off here in the 4th. Swings on pitch number 1, fouled off the glove of Daisy Jenkins for strike 1. Hodges is 0 for 1 on the afternoon here in game 2. Ball's hit towards the right side. Calling off everyone is the second baseman, Haley Mintz, and she makes the play right on the right field line. And so that will be an out. And it'll be the catcher, Olivia Herman, coming to the plate. She's responsible for the lone run on the scoreboard for the Hornets. She hit the 1-2 pitch from Braun out of the ballpark earlier in the game. She gets underneath that one, though. Braun calls everyone off, comes up and makes the play. And so one pitch, and there's the second out. So the designated player, Maya Liburn, will come to the plate now with 2 outs here in the 4th inning. She gets underneath it, drives it out to left field. Anna Thomas calls for it, makes the grab. So the Wasps get a quick top of the 4th inning. Lynchburg scores no runs on no hits, and the Wasps will lead, stays at. Well, we're here for the bottom half of the 4th inning, and it'll be the top of the order with Anna Thomas leading off here for the Wasps, and her 2 at-bats. She's 0 for 1. She walked in her first at-bat, and a fly out to right field in her second, as the train makes its second appearance of the day as well, and Thomas sees a called strike on the first pitch. Sees a called strike on the second pitch. So Thomas behind 0-2. Swings and drives it up the middle, though. Nice piece of 0-2 hitting there by Anna Thomas as she drives one past the pitcher into the outfield, and a single to start the 4th here for the Wasps. And so that'll bring up Nicole Cox, who struck out in her first at-bat and bunted herself on successfully in her second at-bat. So well done that there wasn't even a throw over to first. So Anna Thomas back on first base, Cox at the plate. And that ball is inside, so ball 1. So no outs here in the 4th. That ball is low, so 2-0 goes the count. The ball's on the inside part of the plate. Surprising to see that Anna Thomas with only 2 stolen bases on the season, but good speed for her on first base. Of course, great speed with Cox here in the batter's box. And that'll be strike 2. So 2 pitches, 2 more strikes, and 2-2 goes the count. Good job of battling back by Kaylee Cox, the pitcher for the Hornets. So a smile on her face as she got that second strike. So a lot of different options here on the 2-2 count. And Cox drives it out to right field. Coming in is the right fielder who calls off the second baseman and makes the play for the first out of the inning. So it'll be Kendall Varner coming up to the plate for the Wasps. She walked in her first at bat, popped up to the shortstop in her second. She drives it to center field, but right at the Gracie Dooley, who's standing out there, who had to move about one step to make that place, but a well-hit ball by Kendall Varner. Not much you can do about that, but the second out of the inning. And so that'll bring up Alex Braun. The pitcher is 2 for 2 on the day. A home run, of course, the 3-run shot, and had a single in her second at bat. She's responsible for 3 of the 4 runs on the board. She fouls that one out of play. I mean, she's a double and a triple away from the cycle if she's into that sort of thing. Triple would be nice. That would bring Anna Thomas home. 1-1 count here. She drives it to right field. That one's going to be drifting back and caught by the right fielder. A phenomenal play out there and a nice grab by Bree Hodges to save a run potentially. So the Hornets dodge a bullet there and they allow no runs to come across the plate. So after 4 complete, it's Emory and Henry 4, Lynchburg. So it'll be the Hornets coming to the plate here in the 5th inning. It'll be Sophie Tolley leading off for the Hornets as she fouls the first one out of play. Swing and a miss, strike 2. So 0-2 count for Tully. Swing and a miss, and the strikeout for Alex Braun. So that'll bring up the center fielder Gracie Dooley. With 1 away here in the 5th inning. Hornets looking to find some sort of spark here in game 2. And Braun misses on the first pitch. So 1-0 count to Dooley. Two and 0 as she misses high there. Hard hit ball to the second baseman, but Mintz has no problems over to first base. So that is the second out of the inning. So that'll bring up the bottom part of the order. Ashley Haley, the second baseman. Haley watches the first pitch go by for ball one. Puts down the bunt, a nice bunt. Fielded by Braun over to first base, and safe is the play. But a nicely done job there by Alex Braun to get to that ball and throw a strike over to Haley Mintz, who was covering first base. But Ashley Haley, nice job of getting down the line, so she bunts herself on. And so that brings us back around to the top of the order where we find Lexi Powell, who has 0 for 2 on the day as she's flown out to left field and popped up in her other at-bat, and she pops this one up out to right field. No problem for Skaggs, and that will be the end of that. So the Hornets leave 1 run on 1 hit, and the Wasp lead is well, the bottom of the 5th is where we will see Allison Stedman starting this inning off for the Wasp. Stedman is 1 for 3 on the day, singled in her first at bat, a strikeout, and flew out to right field in her third at bat. Hits it up to the middle, but the center fielder Gracie Dooley drifts over a couple of feet and makes the play. So out number 1 on just 1 pitch. So Daisy Jenkins will come up. She is a 0 for 1 on the day. She walked in her first at bat and popped up to the left fielder in her second at bat. In the on deck circle, Kendall Hyatt stands. Jenkins hits it down the left field line. That ball's drifting back, and a nice play made out there by the left fielder for the Hornets. A great catch out there, and that is a long out, but a nicely hit ball there by Daisy Jenkins. But a better defensive play produces out number 2. That ball fouled down the left field line. So 0-1 the count here to Kendall Hyatt with 2 outs. That ball's in the dirt, 1-1. It just feels dark out here right now with all these clouds. I almost thought I had sunglasses on for a moment as I was looking out there. It's how dark it seems with this sky. That ball cuts in for a strike, so 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good job of pitching there by Kaylee Cox, who's settling in a little bit now after giving up 4 runs the Hornets did in the first inning. They have 3 innings of no runs, and this will be the 4th as that one's popped up to the shortstop. So an easy inning for the Hornets, but after 5 complete, it's Emory Henry 4, Lynchburg It'll be the shortstop, Kayla Hugate, leading off here in the 6th inning. Just 2 innings more to go. Emory Henry leads 4-1. Fugate 0 for 2 on the afternoon with 2 flyouts. And she sees a first pitch strike. So Braun with just still the 1 run on the board. Her only blemish so far. That ball's hit hard to left field, though. Drifting back is Cox. Over her head it goes. And going to second base will be Hugate for a leadoff double, as that ball was hit hard and cutting across from the right to the left and just over the head of Nicole Cox. So a double to get the inning started for the Hornets. So it's been a while since we've seen a sub here, so it looks like we will have a change here from Don Simmons, head coach for the Hornets. And it looks like it will be Caroline Joy getting her first at bat. Caroline Joy will be coming in and pitch hitting for Carly Cundiff. Joy is a sophomore, seeing her first at bat of the afternoon. She's batting .238 on the season. Swings and drives one down the line, and it's fair down the line. And Hugate will come around and score, and she slides into second base for the double. So off the bench, into the batter's box one swing later, and you're standing on second base. So the Hornets bats are warming up here in the 6th as they lead off with a couple of hits and get a run on the board. And so that worked one time, so Coach Simmons is going to try it a second time. This time she's going to do it with a pinch runner, and it's going to be Carly Cundiff coming back into the game. And Caroline Joy will come back to some applause and some pats on the old helmet there for a job well done. And it'll be Bree Hodges, the right fielder, who is 0 for 2 on the afternoon, coming in here. So Alex Braun's going to have to just shake that one off. That one was fair by about an inch in that last at bat. That one's hit up the middle. Hyatt looks her back over to first base, and a wild throw, and she gets pushed down to the ground as that ball heads over to the right field side of the field. And safe is the call as she slides into second base. So Bree Hodges with the shot to the shortstop, the errant throw leads to a extra base. So all of a sudden, the Hornets have 2 runners on, and there's still no outs as Coach Forster calls timeout to come talk to his senior pitcher. We'll take a moment, and we'll be back here. So there are 2 runners on here, runners on second and third, no outs. Wasp needing to find an out here, as stepping up to the plate is Olivia Herman, who had a home run, was responsible for the first run of the ball game for the Hornets, and a swing and miss, and 0-1 is your count. So Alex Braun going to have to be careful here. That ball's fouled up into the air. Kendall Varner gives chase, but it's going to be just outside of her reach. So the count goes to 0-2. So Alex Braun has the 2-run lead, but runners on second and third with no outs here in the top portion of the 6th inning. So the catcher, Olivia Herman of the Hornets, a chance to tie up the ball game and maybe even take the lead with one swing, as she waits on that one and sees it ball sail high. So 1-2 goes the count. You never see Braun's face change. She always seems to have that stoic demeanor, but you know the butterflies have to be going here. That ball's hit towards the right field. Haley Mintz calls everyone off, catches the plate, throws home. Nobody's going anywhere, and we have our first out of the inning. So a nice job there by Haley Mintz of calling everyone off and getting the out. Throws a strike home to Daisy Jenkins, holds the runners where they're at, and the Wasps have their first out of the inning. So that brings up Maya Lyburn, who grounded out to third and got out in her second at-bat as well, so 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Swing and a miss. So strike one for Lyburn. Braun looks down, looks up at the pitch, comes to the plate, a swing and a miss there, so quickly 0-2. Way big ahead, so Lyburn is going to have to choke up and try to just get the bat on the ball. Would love to have something at least get out there to the outfield, and she does here. As drifting back is Cox, but that's going to be deep enough to score one run. The runner on second will stay where she's at. So the sacrifice fly makes the score now 4-3. Emory Henry's lead is trimmed to just one. So a good job there by Maya Lyburn with the pitcher's count to be able to still get good contact and be able to get the sacrifice fly. So the Hornets now have just one runner on base standing out there at second, as Coach Simmons comes to make another substitution. We'll see what the play is here. So it's going to be pinch hitter Kaylee Hackett will come in and pinch hit here for Sophie Tooley. So Hackett comes in with a runner on second. A swing and a miss. Strike one. So the Hornet dugout trying to cheer on this rally to continue. A swing and a foul back out of play. So Braun again ahead 0-2. But we've seen some good two-strike hitting by the Hornets all day long. So Braun is going to have to be careful here to not let anything get too close to the zone. 2 outs, 0-2 into the dirt this time. Nice job by Daisy Jenkins, the catcher, to slide over and knock that ball down and keep the runner on second. So the count goes to 1-2. That's hit to the second baseman. Play made by Mintz over to first base. And that is the third out of the inning. But the Hornets add 2, cutting the Emory Henry lead to 4. It'll be the senior Hannah Morrison leading off the bottom half of the 6th inning here. Hannah Mo has an RBI earlier in this game. A swing and a drive to the shortstop. Nice play over there to first base. One pitch, one out, but a well-hit ball there by Hannah Moe, but a better play by the shortstop. So that is the first out of the inning as Kayla Hugate made a nice defensive stab across her body. And so the Hornets get the first out. And Haley Mintz now comes to the plate in the 9 spot. Shows bunt, goes around. That'll be strike 1. So the Wasp lead has been trimmed to 4-3 after the Hornets scored 2 in the top portion of the inning. Wasp seeing if they can come back and answer. They have 1 out already. And that pitch is high, so the count goes to 1-1. Nice job again by Kaylee Cox, who was called into action in a relief appearance in the first inning. And that ball is going to be over the third baseman's head, and it will be fair down the left field line. So Haley Mintz finds her way on, and that's always a good thing because Mintz is the team leader in stolen bases. So we'll see if Coach Forrester looks to take advantage of her speed. I don't recall that we've seen a stolen base attempt yet by the Wasp in the 2 games so far. Top of the order we go, where Anna Thomas lives. Singled in her last at bat. Drives one deep to right field, and that's going to be over the fence and out of here. Home run, Anna Thomas deep over the right field fence. So the Wasps answer with 2 back off the home run jack from the senior, and the Wasp lead returns to a 3-run lead. Woo! A big hit there by Anna Thomas. That's what the senior leadership can do for you. And she just drove that pitch. I tell you, in the last 3 or 4 games, Anna Thomas has really been hitting the ball hard. And she did that time as well as she drove it over the right field line. And that was a big, big hit for the Wasps as the lead returns to 6-3. Well, there's still just 1 out, and Nicole Cox says, let's do some more damage as she slaps one over there into the left field grass, and she's on base with 1 out. And so the Wasps are picking up some steam as they are entering the senior heavy portion of their lineup. And we're going to have a meeting here from Coach Simmons with the umpire, and it looks like we're going to have a substitution. And so we're going to have a pitching change, so we'll tell you about that here in just a moment. Well, the new pitcher for the Hornets will be number 21, Haley Farlow. She'll come into the game with the Wasps leading by 3 and a runner on first base. And Kendall Varner, the senior, comes up to plate. This is the senior heavy portion of the lineup in game 2 with Kendall Varner, Alex Braun, and Allie Stedman. So some good senior leadership who knows that they would love a few more runs. And that's the off-speed pitch there from Farlow, and that's going to be ball 2. So Kendall Varner, nice job of being patient up at the plate. Swing and a miss there on that one, though. 2-1 goes the count. Swing and a miss on that pitch. 2-2 goes the count. So Haley Farlow, the relief pitcher here, battles back from a 2-0 count to get it to 2-2. One out here in the bottom of the sixth. That ball's high. Taking off is Cox, and she is going to be out at second base. That throw was a bullet down there. Maybe it makes sense why we haven't seen them trying to take too many bases, because that was an air cannon down there. So that's out number 2, and that was a ball, so it is now a full count. And that ball's driven to left field. That one's drifting back as well, and that's over the fence as well. So the second home run of the inning, and Kendall Varner adds one more to the board. And Emory Henry now leads the game 7-3. So the Wasps answer the Hornets 2 in the top part with 3 of their own on a single swing from Kendall Varner. And Alex Braun wants to have her turn. So the pitcher would love to help herself. She's got a 4-run lead right now. Would love some more with 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth, and that's high and outside. So the one pitcher Farlow faced in Kendall Varner does some damage and adds another run. A swing and a miss there from Braun. One ball and 1 strike to Alex Braun. Way high and out of the zone, so 2-1 it goes. So the Wasp bats have been getting hot here in game 2 as the temperatures go down. Braun almost waits long enough, fouls that one down the left field line. She tried to hold it back, but she just couldn't, so she fouls it out of play. So 2-2 is the count. Braun, a home run of her own earlier in the game, also has a single. And that one is way high and out of the zone again, so the count is full. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth. Allie Stedman in the on-deck circle for the Wasps. She swings on a low pitch. It's driven to center field. Gracie Dooley comes forward a few steps and makes the catch. But the Wasps add 3 to answer the 2 in the top portion of the inning, and they lead 7-3 heading into the 7th. So we start here the 7th inning, and it'll be a pinch hitter coming in for the Hornets. It'll be number 11, Madison Walker, the freshman getting her first at-bat of the afternoon, as the Hornets need to have 4 to keep this game going. She swings and fouls that, hits that one straight up into the air. Allie Stedman calls for it, and she makes the out in fair territory, so it's the first out of the inning. So 2 more outs for the Wasps, as Ashley Haley is the batter for the Hornets, the number 9 hitter. Haley hits it to left field. Drifting over is Cox. She makes the squeeze on it for out number 2. So the Wasps are 1 away from evening up this series at 1 game apiece. A reminder, best of 3. Lynchburg currently leads the series 1-0, but Emory leads game 2 here 7-3. We've got 2 outs, and Lexi Powell is the hitter for the Hornets, trying to keep this game alive, and she sees a called strike 1. That's hit to the shortstop. Hyatt fields it over to first, and safe is going to be the call. Haley motors down the first base line to beat out that play. Hyatt, the shortstop, had to come forward and get it on the run. She actually fielded it fairly cleanly, but couldn't get the speedy Haley at first base. So the Hornets have a runner on with 2 outs. So it'll be Kayla Hugate, the batter for the Hornets. And Braun throws a cutter at the knees that just misses, so 1-0. Handful of flyouts in this game for Hugate. Shows bunt, pulls it back, but it was a strike, so 1-1 goes the count. That pitch is a strike as well. That one paints the knees. So 1-2 goes the count. So 1 strike away from going to a game 3, a deciding game 3. A swing and a miss. And that will be it here in game number 2. Emory and Henry holds on to pick up a win 7-3. So that means the Game 3 will be needed, and we'll be back here tomorrow for the first pitch at 1 o'clock, where the semifinals will be decided between Lynchburg and Emory Henry, and the winner of that game will go on to face Virginia Wesleyan in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference championship game. So for all the crew out here at the Waspville, we'll see you tomorrow for first pitch